Let's try this again now that I've fixed some green screen issues. So, today was the first day where I've tried to start eating a bit more sensibly. Like having oatmeal with a bit of cherry preserve for breakfast, and then hummus with carrot sticks as a little snacky snack. And for dinner, I just had salad with a bit of ranch. Who am I? I definitely made too much fucking salad, though. Feels like I dived into the deep end. So, initially, I knew that the oatmeal thing was a big change, because like I like a hot breakfast. I'm not a fan of like a cold breakfast of like cold milk and cereal a lot of the time, especially when it's cold, because like I'm trying to like ramp up in the morning and feel like I have energy. I don't want some of that energy to be stolen by trying to heat up this cold thing entering my body. But oatmeal can be decent. So yeah, literally I got some oatmeal, made it with some milk, and I just have some preserves, because every so often, like, that's a nice little sweet treat, and it still feels like you're getting a bit of fruit out of it, because it's got the actual fruit bits in it, as opposed to like jam, which has just been ultra processed and is entirely smooth. So it's kind of like the crunchy peanut butter version of jam. And yeah, put like a teaspoon of cherry into my thing of oatmeal, and that was pretty good for a couple of hours. I wasn't hungry. But then I went to the dentist, because yesterday another temporary filling fell out. The second temporary filling that I have had come out after my root canal treatments. There is something about when they finished the root canal, whatever filling they put in afterwards just doesn't want to fucking stay in. So yeah, I got that fixed. When I came home after having that fixed, I was hungry as fuck, but it was still a little too early for dinner, so I thought like, oh, I'll have a healthy snack. I've got some hummus, and I've got some carrots. I'll have carrot sticks and hummus, and I added some smoked paprika to the hummus to just make it lovely. I do like hummus. I may have overindulged because I was so hungry at the time, so by the time it came to dinner, I wasn't that hungry. And the issue with buying salad stuff is it goes off quite quickly. So I thought like, okay, I need to have a salad tonight. I was originally planning on having like baby spinach leaves and iceberg lettuce with some Cajun grilled chicken thighs, because I like chicken thighs. But I was so full from my little snacky snack that I didn't do the chicken, and I instead made the rookie mistake of piling a bowl full of iceberg lettuce, baby spinach, and some carrot. I didn't finish it. Clearly, I need to work on portion size. Which might be a bigger issue than what I was eating before, but the breakfast thing I used to, when I was working from home, which is everything but 2 days of the week, I was having like 2 sausages, 3 rashers of bacon, and maybe a couple of hash browns, and that was my breakfast. Because why wouldn't you when you're working from home? I do it all in the oven, so it's easy. But yeah, it's a lot of protein, but it's also a lot of fat and cholesterol and stuff. and I'm 30, so I need to be more mindful. My knees are about 60, and I need to try and look after the stuff that's inside me if I want to get to 60, which I don't, but we'll see. I always used to joke that I was never going to see 40. But, yeah. So, yeah. I also have more of my dried mango, because that seems like a healthy snack. And, craisins. So I can make a salad and put craisins in it. And Nyx is booked in to go and see the vet because I need to take her to a vet. Not because there's anything wrong with her, but one, I'm concerned that she may not have been spayed, which may be why she's so vocal and explains some of her behavior. And just to make sure that she's good. Hummus is the devil's spew. I like hummus. But I like hummus with added stuff to it. Like, I mean, hummus by itself is nice as well, but like hummus with paprika or caramelized onion, sumac, and like stuff like that I like. But I don't like the hummus that then just has like pine nuts and extra olive oil on top. Raisins is bad for you, says your health app. Well, yeah, they're a lot of sugar, and you'll eat more of them than you would grapes. The devil's second greatest trick was tricking the world into thinking hummus was good. Hummus is good. To be fair, that is something else that I've got as well, is I got... normally, I quite like pulses. I quite like beans and chickpeas and stuff like that. And I normally get like the relatively cheap, not the cheapest, because if you just go one step above cheapest, the like quality difference is insane. But like relatively cheap cans of like chickpeas and beans and stuff. But this time I pushed the boat out and I got a jar of chickpeas, like these massive fucking chickpeas. Which, you know, I'm looking forward to eating. Gotta eat low calorific dense foods versus high. Yeah. Pretty much any kind of dried fruit is inherently worse for that than fresh fruit. Because fresh fruit, you can eat a larger volume because of the water and feel fuller, whereas you can very easily eat, you know, double or triple what you would eat of fresh fruit if you in a dried version, because it's so much less by volume because there's no water in it. So like, this is probably 2 mangoes worth of mango because it's dried, and I will eat the entire pack in one sitting if I don't stop myself. Yeah. And there's supposedly 100... Yeah, there's 100 grams of sugar in this. Natural sugars, but still 100 grams of sugar. Given that that's a 200 gram... Yeah. Okay, 50% of this is sugar. But it would be fructose. But still, sugar. That's right. I'm on my health kick bullshit. Anyway, there was no stream yesterday because my tooth fell out. Not really. The temporary filling fell out. And I probably got myself worked up with anxiety and felt like shit. So instead I watched Gwyd played Birth by Sleep, and while I killed Arch-Tempered Uthduna. But let's first unlock the next level of hunts. The Wing of Protection's been keeping a beady eye on you. So you've been making yourself useful, but your adventures have taken you to nigh on every corner of Tural, including Yaktel, I hear, the land of my people. I know how dangerous those woods can be, not only from the tales of my ancestors, but from the bills on the board too. Think you're ready to take on a bigger challenge, eh? That's the spirit. Alright then, let me tell you what these intermediate marks are all about. Beginner level marks can be taken down by anyone, but these ones call for a mite more preparation. I'm not just talking physically, but mentally too. If you're going to risk your life going after these beasts, it's important to know what you're risking it for. Which is why I tell everyone who thinks they're ready to move on from beginner builds to talk to Tiat Kat first. She's a master huntress and mentor to would-be vipers. You'll find her down in the Kontakruk Gleam Sands. Look for the Jabral with the cobalt fur and ask her to tell you our story. Oh. I'm getting actual story with my hunts? Exposition? Catgirls? What's up? You have business with me, outsider. Ologos sent you, eh? More meat for the marks. Now you look to have a little more about you than most. Well, if you're dead set on devoting yourself to the Dawn Hunt, I should let you know a little bit more about it. Where to begin? You might say at the beginning, but it's hard to put a pin in exactly when that was. Even before Kona brought the system of marks and builds over from Eorzea, our people were hunters. Not just for food, but for safety. Hunting down those ill-made monstrosities whose very existence was inimical to our own. It was for that very purpose the Vipers came to be. The finest hunters in Tural banded together to hone their skills and their blades, and devoted their lives to stalking and slaying the fiends. At first, we were no more than a fellowship of like-minded folk who'd take it upon themselves to deal with any danger they caught wind of. It was only after Gulul Jar Jar united Tural under the Dawn Servant's crown that our role as protectors of the realm was made official. Commissions started pouring in from Yasulani to Yaktel, but we didn't have the numbers to answer them all. That's when Kona proposed we bring in the system he'd seen in Eorzea, calling on adventurers and mercenaries to handle those threats we couldn't. If there's a point to this little history lesson, it's this. Many folk join the hunt seeking adventure or glory or fortune. But from the very beginning, whenever that was, it's been about one thing and one thing only. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Don't forget that. And one more request that I make of every Viper to train under me. Don't get yourself killed. We hunt to save lives, not to throw them away for no good reason. Reckon that's enough moralizing from me for one day. It's about time I headed back to Yaktel. Come drop by if you're ever in the area. I liked her weapons. They were kind of cool. I did also get enough bags of nuts that I could afford this little cutie. I'm going to imagine that she's darker furred than that and it's Nyx. Back already, are you? Did Tiat Kat tell you everything you needed to know? Good to hear. We don't hunt to kill, we hunt to live. Remember that and you'll be fine. Speaking of, I took the opportunity to update the ledger. You're approved to take on intermediate marks now. Good hunting, and good luck. Sweet. And with that, let's fuck off back to Yaktel. I have done a few fates in the area so that we have mount speed up. Because, fuck me, it makes all the difference. So yeah, I have explored the map a little bit, but basically it's just more jungle. So I've not seen anything that I think is problematic yet. Village of the Hunt. Apt. Ready to head on in? I suppose I should probably change to the Viper. It would make more sense, wouldn't it? Oh, I don't think I took off the Door of the Explorer glam. Ah, that could be an issue. Okay, I can't find ways to try and make the green screen immediately better. I'm gonna have to play around with this off stream and maybe look at some plugins and stuff, or putting more hooks in the stuff back there. So for the time being, I may be a little bit more cut off. Wee wee. So it doesn't fuck with dialogue. Yeah. Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. So, I'm the Elector. Name's Hector. Hector the Elector. The third promise in her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars, the village center. Everyone's waiting for you. Thanks, Hector. Everyone? And who might that be? There's but one way to find out. Come, let's follow him.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with a Ligarmanda in the first place.
Fuck you. Is this a pie-eating contest? Because it looks like one.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin.
Actually, wasn't that far off.
My name is Hunmuruk.
No, it's Hector.
As Ibrash Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise, if you would please join us.
How quickly can you eat this watermelon?
Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
Okay. Please let us work with Kona.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same
It's
color
a very
will
shiny
be paired
pot.
accordingly.
Why have you lubed that up? I suppose it could just be heavily varnished. But still, why?
12 forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red. Blue. On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Connor!
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-head.
You would have rather been with a not Mamulja?
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows.
Good job there's not an odd
Each
number
team
of
is
claimants.
to prepare a
True.
sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Pibil.
Pibil! Peruvian. Involves emulsifying a sauce by using a sieve, usually.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
I think it's Peruvian.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
It's traditional Yucatan.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along?
No.
But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
¿Por qué no los dos? They don't have to be mutually exclusive.
The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I think this is actually a really good feat to do, because it also, the act of having to
I've
cook
never
for
actually
yourself
heard of
keeps you
Shibruk Bibel
grounded.
before. Delight, I wonder.
Well, Jibruk is a boar, I think. So it's basically pork bibil. Which I think it's an oil and garlic sauce. That is, it's emulsified by using, I mean, in modern cuisine, by using a sieve. Not that I've ever had it. How fortunate this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Jar Jar's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it is. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6. The 2 claimants, Surreal Jar and Bakul Jar Jar's lackeys. Whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the task suitably delegated, it would be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy! Well, we mustn't be overconfident, unless we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Our first order of business shall be determining the recipe for Jibruk Pibil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Jabral people. Let us gather here once we've seen what clues this village has to offer. Hello. Colorful spices. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. That one's called akiote. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Okay. So akiote is important to Pibil. The recipe for Jibruk Pibil. Wish I could tell you, friend. Dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Hunman Rook himself. I mean Hector. But you mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still Ibruk to be had at market. Wink. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamook. This feat's nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think you won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. Why is that still so bad? Is it because of the second chroma key? Yes. What? Okay, hold on. Hopefully things are now better. Back to looking for Bill recipes. Bright banana peel. Oh, does it have like plantain in it? Or just straight up banana? An unusually coloured banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped my Najul. I mean, Jatika banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. Ah, there's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. To be fair, I don't know the traditional way of doing the bill. Because isn't that barbacoa? Is the underground cooking method? Or is that different? I mean, that's basically just barbecue. But still. Sorry. I'm back. What did we discover about Jabruk Pibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us, directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish. An observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blended local herbs and spices, was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Jabruk Pibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Jabral dishes. Achiote, she called it. I see that if Jabruk Pibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in the leaf of Najul, or banana, in certain localities. It would seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? Jabruk. Ibruk. A sizzling slab of beef. It smelled so good I could practically taste it. The squeaky flesh of a bipedal fish. Ibruk, without a doubt. As would be expected of a dish called Jabruk Pibil indeed. So, to summarize, this dish is one of Ibruk flavored with a combination of spices that include achiote and steamed underground within Najul or banana leaves. Surprise! It was me in the bundles the whole time. You're just that hot. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forests whilst you all were exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild Ibruk, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Leave it to a master cleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. Yeah, you do. I too would be glad to volunteer mine aid. And the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to suitable Ibruk, if they will perform the requisite deed. Alize? As for the Najul leaves, I believe I'm capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jatik heartlands, forests far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamati, after, if you would accompany me on my errand? I mean, here's the thing. Why don't we just purchase all the ingredients? I mean, I suppose if some of them, like the Ibruk, are in the local vicinity, you may as well gather them yourself. But, like, making sure that we get the right spices and stuff, surely we could just buy them. If we couldn't say we want to buy the stuff to make Jibruk Pibil. We'd have to say, like, oh, we want this, this, and this. No better way to whet my appetite. Good. Let's be about our tasks then. Come on, let's go get those Najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Let's see if there are Najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Oriange mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Oh, I have changed a few glams slightly. Like this one is my Viper. It's very good. It's very viping. Oh, hello again. Do you need something? Najul leaves, for purposes other than Jibruk Pibil, naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forests for more. Golmajit Grove is the source of the finest Najul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then to the Jatika Heartland we shall go. Is this going to be a dungeon? Allow me to save you the trip. Hector! Travelling there requires you to go through the Tiembek Traverse, but it's caved in, due to the recent storm, I suspect. What? But that means we can't get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologise for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. It's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach. You may find Jibruk Pibil to be as delicious but daunting dish to finish. I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here, and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tuliyollal. So perhaps there's something about Jibruk Pibil that we have yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. I see. Like who was the first to make it, its history, that sort of thing. If it's Yaktel's history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. Between the Jabral and the Mamodra, yeah? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, and evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Jibruk Pibil. Huh? What does steamed Ibruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. If it's about the end of the war between the Mamuljar and the Jabral, then maybe we should go and speak with the Mamuljar. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ilyonaso. It lies a short distance to the east. Village of Ilyonaso. Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go see this place. Holes. I do need to keep checking for ether currents because I haven't collected any extra ones. I was just running around doing fates. The village of Ilionaso must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. Or even in front of us. Because if it's important to the Mamul Jar, then Bakul Jar Jar might actually know about it. Or at least the head of the Mystic might. Boom. Oh. Apparently, I still have something that I need to do in Monster Hunter Wilds. Because I don't have the Corn Lance. Ribbed for your monster's pleasure. So this is the village of Ilionaso, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. So, Wook Evu! I didn't even know you were in Yaktel! I was picking up lumber from Ikbrash when I heard the third promise was on our way to this site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Wook Evu's a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You're a member of the Third Promise's retinue, I presume? For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Kona. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kona! Now there's a good name. Familiar name. Where have I heard... Kona? As in the second promise of Tuliolal? To think that I addressed the Dawn Servant's own son as some common retainer. Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please, take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Okay. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. I'm so glad this joke is back. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn from about Jibruk Pibil. Well, I'm forbidden by the Jibrak Ra to divulge any information regarding its preparation. I'd be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Jibrach and Mamul Jar was one of land. The Mamul Jar live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Jibral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favours higher ground, and the Jabral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamul-Jar were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hubigo, Bunua, and Dopro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Jabral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubigo and Bunua leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of differing clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hubigo and Bunua both, a two-headed Mamul-Jar. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually arising as the first autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the autarch's rule, the newly united Mamul-Jar became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it's best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. I mean, I can see the burnt down forest from here. Although I suppose if this were 80 years ago and it's still not been reclaimed, actually that is more significant than I was assuming.
This is where most battles were fought between the Jabral and Mamul-Jar, the Shobrit Cinder Field.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yokui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence, a constant stream of minor skirmishes punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours. If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace.
Puff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us.
Getting around.
Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
Big boat.
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then?
So he brought them together by threatening them with Eorzeans.
You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
I like the chest piece that some of the female
to
crossbows
convince
have.
you.
It had zips.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibrukti Bill, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn Servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn Servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us.
It still doesn't help us to get Najul unless we trade with the Mamuldra.
What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. And we're doing the same now. Ooh. Wook Evu has given us a valuable insight into the origins of Shibruk Pibil. However, we're still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves. Unless... Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With the monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Are we going to take offerings from the statue? Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamati, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. What are we looking for? Look here, this soil has been recently overturned. Is there some meat that we're gonna steal? Oh, someone buried a box. Well, I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are, fresh Najul leaves. Hunruk's undoing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given it was central to the war they helped end. So he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wookiee. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragements as well. Third promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanu Hanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolal and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I'm ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikbrash. Wait, hold on. Actually, there's probably one here, isn't there? To the north. Is it on the beach? Ah, there it is. Let's just teleport. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wukivu came along and helped us find them. Wukivu was here? I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. Which, you know, I would think means that we should check out the Mamul Jar. That Golul Jaja brought an end to the centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. How about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Uriange and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I'm pleased to report we're stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Erenville and I found our brooks, so we should have meat plenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? Picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield akiote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasonings as well. Aye, through further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts? I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope. As I recall, you are an accomplished culinarian. I wouldn't say accomplished, but I am level 100. Oh, my mouth's watering already. But I like that it referred to the fact I've leveled culinarian. Without further delay, then.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Fuck you.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready.
Don't remember what it said about yours. You don't have culinarian unlocked. When your ult gets there, you'll try to remember.
Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing.
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
It looks so tiny.
In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it.
So you can eat many more of them, true.
Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment.
That was quick.
Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Banana leaves?
Preposterous! The meat was marinated in spice before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Try the two dishes and find out.
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
The Echo?
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
You can try.
This is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Charming.
Come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
You don't have to tell me twice. That was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
It was palatable enough, I suppose.
Not particularly fit for a Mikote tongue, given it was probably hot. And spicy.
To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
They look like
Only
lemon
one
jello.
feet left.
But the last one's the Mamul Jar one, right?
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
You're one to talk. How long did it take for you to tell Reen how you felt?
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any Shipbrook people left? I could really use another helping.
I mean, there's the one made without the banana leaf, which is probably still tasty, just not as good. That was so good. I'm already looking forward to having Gibril Pibil again. Here, after. Kral made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, yes? Okay. You liked this trial 1000% more than the first two. Oh yeah, hell yeah. This was handled in such a way that, one, it felt short enough that like things weren't dragging on. Two, it was kind of interesting in how it was delivered, and food is a great way of sharing culture. New wares now available from the Jabral merchant in Ikbrash. You almost forgot your traditional lally-ho. Lally-ho. Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tienbeck Traverse, which connects the Upper Forest to the Jatika Heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let each of us use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surrounds, if Erenville would oblige me with a tour. Very well, I have no other engagements. Then I'll come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me the opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Oh, that's right. Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us? Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in Yaktel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. Hello. Grizzled. Foreign mage, 20 years ago. Yeah, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those travelling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. Was it Kryle? I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hunman Rook. He was already Raksh then. A baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information's very helpful. I mean, despite the fact that she acts like a teacher to Alphino, or a mentor to Alphino, Kryle is still relatively young. She is only about 20. Hello again. Do you require assistance? Or more Jabrak Pibil? A foreign mage passed through Ikbrash roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Ah, Galuf, yeah, I remember him well. Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he's family nonetheless. The foreign mage did indeed visit Ikbrash, Master Galuf. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well. I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yokhui once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed. But yes, before they withdrew to Urkopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yokhui claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Jatika heartland. Then that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers that you seek. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you. May I request a moment of your company? I need someone to help me cook. Go on, we'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let's head to the cenote behind this village. Why? It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Kral's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuklama. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the Jabral, but when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when first I held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old. An accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, toward Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Jabral had learned to live in peace. Who could doubt the intention of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminals sought to undermine the future of the Jabral. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Dawn's servant Golul Jaja. So Wuklama is... yeah. But... okay, so she didn't drown... she didn't drown at the bottom of the cenote, she just got pushed into it. Though she was born to lead the Jabral, fate had a greater plan for Wuklamat. Only the Dawn Servant and I know the truth. I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Jabral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliola, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray, breathe not a word of this to anyone. That's cute. It's nice that we're learning about... oh? It's nice that we're learning about Wuklamat as well as Wuklamat learning about everything else. That's really nice stuff. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself. But please, do not keep the third promise waiting. Oh wait, there it is. This looks like somewhere where we would fight a trial. I'm feeling snacky. I have more leaves. I do have more leaves. Upon speaking with Wuklamat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay, bear with me then. I'll be back. Okay. It's not leaves, but I do have salted caramel crunchy nut that I've had for like a year. And ice cream. Because why not? I'm hoping most of these are going to be voiced, right? Right? Please? Oh God, please. Damn it! You're back! So what did Hunmun Rook want? It's a secret. It's alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, the Timbek Traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. Oh yes, suck on that ice cream. Oh. The thing is, you've used the Nyx emote, and so now Nyx has been summoned. Meow. Meow. And that does sound rather tempting. Meow. A moment, promise. I know who your daddy is. You're one of Bakul Jaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. Dude. She was already kidnapped by your retinue once for following someone. And why's that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? And they say house cats don't come when cold. Follow me, promise. Please at least let me... Why are we not going... Okay, good.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us?
Hey, but cool. Fuck you. Wookivu? Not Wookivu.
Oh, Morok!
Daddy!
Bakul Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
But he's the Elector. This is... Isn't this
Is that all
how
you
he's gonna get
think,
disqualified?
kid? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on. Look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted sellsword.
She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true?
What?
Is Homoruk my...
The truth is so jarring, it made me teleport for a second.
Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me.
That puts you at an advantage.
Adventure attempts to interfere. I'll kill the old man myself!
Again, wouldn't that immediately disqualify you?
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Can't report it if you're dead.
Oh,
I mean, there's two
such
witnesses right
heroic
here.
caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him. Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Maybe. Oh, okay. Maybe want to be held this way. Maybe. Cowards don't stand a chance against Wuklamar. You should back down before you get hurt. Don't worry, the scary adventurer won't try anything funny. Cowards don't stand a chance against Wuklamar.
You dare call us cowards?
I mean, you've done multiple cowardice things.
Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds.
You're very close to just grabbing straight chest hair, you know?
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people!
Am I gonna have to play as Wuklamar? Because that'd be cool, but also really bad timing. Okay, yep. In this battle, you will play as Wuklamar. Okay, you wanna curl up like that? Okay. Careful, please be careful. Okay, yep, you can go onto the tall desk. You can jump down? Big jumps! Through skillful combat, Wuklamar will gain the resolve she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious. Okay. Interesting. Alright. So single hit AoE. Oh, okay. Range.
mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces.
In fact, wait, no, that's actually the... Yeah, that's just big damage.
I'll cut you to shreds!
Hey.
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens. I'll make you eat dirt.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna get knocked back.
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior? Miss Mittens is no longer amusing me, brother.
This rite has taught me so much.
Ooh, okay. So it's Blade Dance.
About my nation, my people, and myself.
A little empowered. Oh shit.
Can't keep up. How do you like this? Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
I mean, this has got to be the real one, right?
Understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Irritating pest! It's time we finished her, brother. This is the end for you, kitten.
Not quite. Knock back? Or do you not do knock? You do knock back with this. Okay, that's fine. Get fucked.
It's not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
I'll grind you beneath my heel! Leave an upstart! Why won't you die?
Fuck you! That's why. Nix agrees. Okay, what's this?
Fine. I'll show you the true power of the blessed!
Ah.
I
I
Easy.
will be the next Dawn servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last! That's why there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you!
God damn.
What? But that was everything I had! I can't stand it anymore! Attack!
This is a good fight. I kind of wish they did more.
This is our fight! Stay out of it!
Stuff like this.
You bring shame upon us.
No, you brought the shame yourself.
You think we care about your stupid pride?
Clearly you care about yours.
This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Oh-ho! The great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see.
Wook was a little annoying? Yeah, no, she's annoying as fuck. Up until
I
now.
will prove that my allies
You think it
are right
turned
to
here?
believe in me.
This is when she sort of grows up a bit by the seams of it.
Confidence. Changed. She wasn't like this before.
Like, she's realized that actually she really does want to be Dawn Servant and to protect her people. And it isn't just about following in the Pa's footsteps. Yeah. Hey, we got our thingy back.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be?
'Cause you're a little bitch boy.
How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks.
There's a puny house cat here that has got a lot to say.
Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
Don't wanna hold hands. No.
No. No.
Is that how many, like, failed siblings they have?
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
Of course it fucking was.
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk.
You got nipple, girl.
The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
Too fucking right you will. Excuse me, whilst I just hold on to my tit.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you alright? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tuli Hyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
The issue is that now the only keystone we still need is from the Mamulja, who clearly are going to be biased towards Bakul Jaja. So how's this going to work? Seems you were the last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight, even when it got dirty, couldn't have been easy for you. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Earlier, in the second Promises camp,
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Pibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Again, rich coming from you. Although I suppose he's the other side of it now.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Urianger is just a sneaky bugger. This is also true. Be you, but a little less you. You just gestured to all of me. Oh, we have blue quests. I'll wait to do them though, because I'll need to access the Mamook area before I can actually do anything. So, what's the state of the Tianbek Traverse? Still being cleared, I assume. Hunmu Rook said he would notify us as soon as work was done. Then perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wuklamat's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. I've already done it. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This is Bakul Jar we're talking about. So, I beat his ass. And then I beat it again. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jar in single combat? Bravo. What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. What? What? Okay. It's gonna be such a pain trying to get you to the vet, isn't it? What can I say? I had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tianbek Traverse is now safe for travel. And we can finally make for Mamook. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jar's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. It is indeed the city where Ketenram first met the Dawn Servant. Surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true that the Dawn Servant received Ketenram in Mamook and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Jabral and Mamul Jar. But since that time, most of the Mamul Jar have supported his peace, have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamook, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamook are also of Duliolal. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from. And eat so much Jibril Pibil besides. Jibruk Pibil besides. Thanks for everything, Hunman Rook. Till next time, take care! First, we make our way across the Jabrit Cinderfield due southeast. Meow. How you have grown indeed. How would Bakul Jaja respond to Cerberus? You know, if 2 heads are so much better, how would he feel about 3? What the fuck? That's gotta be a hunt. I mean, it kind of looks like the fire, the Phoenix skin for the Sacred in Monster Hunter Wilds. That thing is cool. And will probably fuck me up if I try and fight it. That is a hunt. Uh-huh. It is known. Is that an A rank? Must be, because it's aggressive. And if it was an S rank, there would be people here to kill it. Look at... Oh yeah, I've not done fashion report for this week. Very Heavensward heavy fashion report. I will do it later. Alright. The traverse will bring us straight into the Jatika heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? Is it gonna be greener? This path's quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely. Fuck that shit! Whee! Boink. That being said, though, I feel like... Is there a lip that I can get on over here? No. Okay. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently, Bakul Jaja cleared away the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Wuklamat single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. Some bullshit. Ooh. Avatar. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. As you hold the paring stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Paring stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron, one of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous ether they emit causes surrounding flora to glow unique hues, as you can see. So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens. Vidral be merciful. There you are. What do your Lalafell eyes see? Blue! It's all blue! A far cry from the upper forests, indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamook can tell us about it. Keep running. We're almost there. It's gotta be up here, right? So it's to the north of there. Motherfucker. Okay, so it's not in the Heartwood or Heartland. It's in the forest above. Shit. Sap Sweet Senator. This place does look fucking amazing, man. I like it. I like it a lot. Didn't take us very long to get to Mamook, huh? As this is also my first time visiting Mamook, I have no experience interacting with the locals. When you fly through the canopy, the light change is really pretty. But given Hunman Rook's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. That was a feature on a live letter. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find that Elector. Two streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Hunman Rook's guidance, I also suggest we err on the side of caution and move throughout the city in pairs. Erenville can come with me, Alizé can go with Kryle. That leaves After to accompany Wuklamat. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. It really does look like something out of Avatar. Blah, 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 blah. Belligerent. Your words may as well be ambient noise for all the care this citizen pays you. As you begin to speak, the man abruptly turns and leaves. Okay, so clearly they want nothing to do with anyone that isn't Mamulja. Racism! Please tell me you've had better luck. No one will talk to you either? I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. Hello there. We'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone. The Dawn Servant's Elector? Could you tell us where they are? How are we supposed to find the Elector if nobody will even speak with us? Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city, as quick as you can. What happened?
Up there.
Bakujaja.
Bested by a mere shade.
Sorolja? Papa?
That's
Not
not
as
the
you know
real
him.
one.
What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
This is the trial. Or the feat, rather, which is probably a trial. Pot.
The Channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the Feet of the Brotherhood.
Yolal's mightiest warrior, yet wisest you are not. You, who spurned your retainer's aid when battling your betters.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed Elector.
So did Bakujaja.
Soralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
Does that mean that Zerulja could be the big bad for like the second half. Because he snaps or some shit.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
When Zorolcha was defeated, he tried to take the Keystone by force. But he was thwarted by Father Shade. My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But
Except we've
ere
already
we
beaten
begin,
him.
I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
Not so easily.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors?
Yep.
You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Let's go, brother.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it!
Mama doesn't feel the same way.
But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
Well said.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise, I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
The electors we've met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claimants equally. This Zariel Jar, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name an openly biased man-elector? Worrying over Zariel Jar won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet with her, hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right? I'm presuming that you are Bakul Jaja's mother. Thank you for coming. My name is Mila Jah. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was it you wished to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in this city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, Jabral, inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time, anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Mullah Jaja of the Silver Scales, for one. He travelled across the Salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. That was me. That was Wanderer's Palace. No matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed siblings' supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Thrall under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Galul Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character. And in so doing, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. How many failed children are there for each blessed sibling. Because obviously it's not a great success rate. Otherwise there'd be loads of them. There's a place that will help you understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. It's going to be the pile of, like, urns, and they're all going to have been the remains of Bakul Jaja's siblings, isn't it? That purple looks suspiciously like the purple for when you're doing a quest and there's something you interact with that spawns a monster. Can I get... Oh, I can definitely get back up here. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye, and judging by their attachment, that tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. Oh, it's in that tree right there. Anyway, we should press on. Milal Jha was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show us. Hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn about their ways, except they'd probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. "300 yards to the north." These things are cute. How many of these have I gotten? It's helpful to press the right... It's helpful to press the right buttons. So I'm still missing 4. One of which I know is back up top. That one didn't like being shot by a cannon. That's fair, honestly. It's understandable. This is the place you wanted to show us. It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the Blessed. Oh, is this like a 300 style pit where they throw the
I shouldn't
failures?
have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
Alkenosts. Recycled assets from Endwalker. I think. Because I think they first come up in the End of Days dungeon, right? On the nihilistic world. Although those are much bigger than the Alkenost I have. Hey, Bakul.
Bakul Jaja.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
Oh my god! Who could have seen that coming?
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are.
This is like a full 180 on his character that we've seen so far.
Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mamulja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibran was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power.
When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shebral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That
taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children, no matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die, trapped in their shells. Only 1 in 100 survive.
That's still a pretty high
If we
rate,
are
to be
blessed,
honest.
it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters, who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
I sympathize with your pain, but don't use them as an excuse. I sympathize with your pain, but you need to break the cycle, break the generational trauma. Literally.
I should never have been born.
Mom, you didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tyral. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
Bakul Jaja has joined the party.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends the Hubigo and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them.
Rip.
I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them.
It does feel a bit like suddenly the story went from Dora the Explorer childish bullshit
It's just
to
to say,
actual adult
not a
stuff.
complete alpaca's ass.
That's funny. I'm an alpaca's ass.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
The theme's darkened.
Indeed.
Yeah,
so let us
but
make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamook. We have
it
much to
really did
discover.
go from like incredibly childish to then like with the flip of a switch almost. Okay, now it's adult themes, which is a bit jarring. Like, don't get me wrong, I like this bit. I like these themes. I like how this is adding darkness to everything and all the rest of it, and like it's not this idyllic place in Tural where everyone just gets along and no one wants to do shit and to each other and all that stuff. But like it does feel a bit abrupt. Because everything else has been like quite whimsical. And then all of a sudden, like, okay, no, remember this is a Final Fantasy. And we're at what, level 94, 95 now? Still 94. It's like we're potentially halfway through the MSQ. And it's pivoted in such a massive way. But you have to have gotten through all of the stuff up to now in order to get, like, I prefer this. I much prefer this. But it would have been nice to have seen elements of darkness in earlier areas. I guess. Just that it didn't feel so like everything's sunshine and rainbows, but Bakul Jaja, he's a dick. Sunshine and rainbows. Ooh, this Jibruk Pibil is delicious. Nem 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 nem. Oh, all of your siblings died in the womb. Well, effectively the womb. They all died in their eggs. Shit got real. Don't get me wrong, I liked the Pibil quest. But it's like we went from trading bullshit or building a float to, okay, fair enough, there was the bit with the Sky Ruin and with the Yokhui was actually kind of good. But it felt like there was two things of like sunshine and rainbows for every like, ooh, there's a little bit of grit here. Because like the Yokhui stuff, with the fact that like they had a lot of them had died off and they'd become enfeebled by disease and everything. That kind of has an edge of grit underneath it, but at the same time it's all historic, so it doesn't quite carry the same depth. And like even the guys that don't submit to Tuliolan rule were actually quite civil. So that just, it makes this feel so much like the outlier. But I know that probably the rest of the story is going to be more along this tone. Or at least I hope so. But all it really does is serve as a foil to make the Dora the Explorer shit that we had before feel worse in hindsight. It's like they said in advertising, this expansion is like a summer holiday, but the tone had to change as we got further in. Yeah, like that's why, like, I'm not necessarily upset that they've had the tone darken as things go on, but it's just the fact that the way they've delivered it makes it feel... They make it feel like it's a slap in the face, but not that it's like one of those... Like, I like that Bakul Jaja is now not just a dick. And not just being an antagonist for the sake of being an antagonist. Like, he actually has some depth to him, he has his own ambitions and all the rest of it. I like that. But I kind of wish they had perhaps expanded more on Zoralja and exactly what's going on in his head. Like, we've got some stuff from Kryl as to what she's seeing, but it's not really the same. Whereas I think if we'd had more confrontation with Zoralja, then this wouldn't necessarily feel like it's such a change in tone. Because it doesn't... It really does feel like they wrote up to a certain point and then went, oh shit, yeah, this is Final Fantasy, and then they had to change the tone. That's kind of how it feels, and it feels like that's most obvious in Wuklamut and her character, in that it's like you have that fight in Jabral, and all of a sudden she's no longer a toddler and she's more like a young adult or a teenager. Like, that's kind of more the issue that I have, is it's just gone from like 1 to 100 instead of showing growth and, you know, like, it, let's face it, this the fact that Bakul Jaja isn't just a supremacist that wants to see himself in power, like, that's a nice twist that legitimately I wasn't necessarily seeing coming. But the fact that, like, oh, the Mamulja have been, you know, pursuing the blessed siblings at the detriment to everything else, or at least the ones that are still in Mamuk, like, that you can kind of guess was going to be the case as soon as Bakul Jaja comes up and he's being supported by other Mamulja. So, like, that isn't necessarily a shock. But it still feels like I feel like if they'd gone more into the grittiness of the Jabral Mamulja war, maybe that would have, like, eased you into this more. But because everything has just been Bakul Jaja, like, being a dick. And it is that he's just being a dick. He's not necessarily being, like, inherently evil. It's just that he's like, he's doing, like, the wacky racers bullshit, where he's just not actually buying into it. He's trying to steal shit. He's being, you know, double-handed and sneaky and stuff. But it's like, he's that way from the beginning. And clearly he could still work with Zeraljar to some degree in order to make a version of Jabruk Pibil. It shouldn't be a surprise that I have issues with the writing. I don't know if they're necessarily all the same issues that everyone else has been complaining about, but like, yeah. Like, Heavensward has a better, like, build-up of the antagonist and, like, finding out what's actually gone on with the Heavensward and what they've done with the Dragonsong War and all of that stuff. And that had some, like, reveals that felt quite significant and quite good. But you're kind of... You kind of know from the get-go that, you know, they're zealots, and that, you know, the heretics aren't necessarily all bad, and all the rest of it. Whereas here, it really was like, everything is sunshine and rainbows. My kids just aren't ready to take over the throne. So I'm going to send them out to learn about the world with Dora the Explorer. And then we've gotten to the very last thing that we can do before deliberately searching for the City of Gold. And they're like, oh shit, yeah, now we need to actually add some depth to this and some stakes. Because we've just eliminated the stake of the antagonist in Bakul Jar taking over. We're setting up Zeraljar to be like, I want to be Dawn Servant. I want to go to war. I want to make Taral great again. But just, I want it. Quizzled? I want it. I know it's just a blue version of the hunt that I saw, but I want it. Oh, it's the latest Allied Society mount. Ah. Nice. But yeah, that I think my two issues with the story and the writing is that it's the way it's delivered. It's not necessarily like the major story beats. It's just the way they've chosen to go about it. And if they'd gone about it in a different way, that instead of making it so Dora the Explorer, they just made it that, like, okay, we're not taking responsibility for anything. We're just here as hired hands. You know, we're the help. And then as our relationship with Wuklamart grows and we find out more about the world, that's when it's like, okay, no, now we have a vested interest and we're going to do more stuff and all the rest of it. That could have worked a bit better and still preserved the, like, that it's more of a vacation, or having more of a focus on finding out about Galuf, and like, oh, we're just sort of tagging along with Wuklamart in order to get to the places where we actually care more about this. Whereas it feels much more like the Galuf stuff is a side story. Which is understandable, but like, if they'd done that a different way, it could have been so much more cohesive, and then you could have like slowly changed the priority so that it stops being about finding out what the fuck happened with Galuf, and it becomes more about helping Wuklamart and making Taral better. And just nah. It's disappointing because of all the stuff that's come before it. You know how they've done other stories, that this one just feels... It feels a bit flat. Hey, before we rejoin the others, can we talk for a bit? I really hated him, you know, Bakul Jaja, with every fibre of my being. He tried to ruin Ihihana, sabotaged us on the river, kidnapped me for my keystone, and released the most vicious Tral Vidral of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. At the moment I understood why he did what he just did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated. Does his pain justify his actions in your eyes? He still needs to make amends. Does his pain justify his actions in your eyes? It's not up to us to decide, it's up to her. I hear you. Because Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamook feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I've voiced that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city. You know, thinking about it, something really simple that would have helped with this is just if they'd focused a little bit more on the challenges that each of the races had before uniting under the Dawn Servant, and like actually go into the dark side of it a little bit. Like, doesn't have to be a massive amount, but just like a little bit, like they did with the Yok Hui, because then it's like, okay, well, each race, each tribe has been through its own shit, and then the Dawn Servant came in, and now everything's better. So it's still got a positive light in that, like, and now everything's great. But you still know that there's that, like, edge underneath it that is still a part of the world. I think that probably would have helped to stop it feeling quite so sunshine and rainbows and then suddenly darkness. But I also like dark shit, so I may not be the best judge. Use the echo to show us some cutscenes. Yeah, that it really did feel like they kind of forgot about the echo, or were deliberately trying to not use the echo in having it only be Kryl that saw stuff. But that obviously meant that we were disconnected from it, and then suddenly it just felt like, oh no, now it's convenient, we'll show the echo again. Because how else are we gonna tell the player that, oh, this is what's going on? But yeah, if like each tribe had us then see like the dark side of stuff before the Dawn Servant. Yeah. I think that would have gone a long way to making the writing feel more intelligent. Because I think what it really boils down to is that the writing doesn't feel as intelligent. which isn't me trying to shit on the writer, but just that is the case. Because it's missing the nuances that make it cohesive and make it not feel jarring to go from one tone to another. But I think a big part of that is because they went so far down the one end, and now they're trying to bring it back to having some actual dark elements like Endwalker, but you're having to come from Dora the Explorer, Peppa Pig, to try and get to, you know, a much more mature thing. I don't know what the TV show comparison would be. Perhaps something like Doctor Who, the more recent Doctor Who, where there's actual like threat and dark themes to it and shit. Although I haven't watched it in 10 years plus. But it's something like that. It's trying to take someone from reading Peppa Pig books to a young adult novel like Maze Runner or some shit. Like, it's not necessarily that big of a shift in the grand scheme of things, but if you had only read Peppa Pig and, like, the Hungry Hungry Caterpillar and all that shit, and then all of a sudden you're just handed Maze Runner or the Hunger Games, that shit would be jarring. The Bakur Jar Jar's scale represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Milaja, Moxitural Zuj is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we need. We must work quickly, lest the real Jar discover our intentions. Fortunately, Bakur Jar Jar thought to give us additional scales, so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folk to lend an ear. He's a big boy. Oh, he's a big boy. Did I not tell you to move along? Can't be seen talking with the likes of you. Blessed scale. In an outsider's hands? What business do you have with me? So Bakur Jar Jar sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Moxitural Zuj at once. Wait, it's the X. Stop following me. What do you want? That's why he didn't want us to follow him. It was just interesting to not have the NPC just like teleport, which is what we're so used to seeing. Scale. The Blessed trust you, then so will I. What is it you require of me? Bakul Jaja bids us come to Mokshtaral Zulj. Strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Have you managed to gather some of the good folk? Wonderful. The esteemed Bakul Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to Mokshtaral Zuj as well. Apparently, there's a Najul nursery to the west called Jolj Magic Grove. Could you go and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you in Mokshtaral Zuj afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find. Bless, thank you. There's cat hair all over me from when I picked up Nyx. If anything looked like a banana plantation, that would be it. Leave this place, outsider. Oh shit, you got a scale? My apologies, I was unaware. I thank you, blessed Scalebearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Mokshtaral Zuj at once. To the northeast. Oh, it's going to be the one I can't get, isn't it? Oh, it's not Lookout? Oh, wait, no. I was apparently not in the right spot. It was a very specific spot. Until they expand your housing item limit, your poor medium will go a little under-decorated. Oh, there it is. Well, I think it's only 2 days or something until I can buy the FC house. And then you can go hog wild if you want. Oh, okay. You may be storing furniture already. I have also been putting furniture in the this FC chest. You have 5 retainers on your alt too. Ooh, pretty. So these are the version that the mount is, not the hunt version. Okay. Because I don't craft, and I don't particularly, I just dump stuff in my house. But because I don't actually craft, I don't really use my retainers anymore. Other than sending them off on quick ventures. They've still got loads of crafting mats in them, but they're like mats from Stormblood or earlier. I don't think I've really used them for anything since Stormblood. But part of that is that I was so much higher level even by then that crafting was useless because I couldn't craft at the level I needed. unless I bought stuff off of the market board, which meant that I didn't need to store it in my retainer. Where's Wooklamat? Oh, you keep your relics. I only keep the current relics that I'm working on. Once I've got them all, I then get rid of them. Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well. Lamati, need I remind you this rite is a competition? Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize to your own benefit. I've barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Mamook has a problem I can't solve on my own. And you're the most clever person I know. I want you to help the people. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so we might come up with a way to help them. Very well. I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Wooklamat, third promise of Tuliolal. Promise? I thought you served Bakul Jaja. You deceived us. No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. Entrusted them to the third promise and her retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Wooklamat has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Bakul Jaja shared with me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you pay to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it's not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experiences of its people, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that creating blessed siblings demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain. And together we may find a new way forward. Together? If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Zariel-Ja. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. I'm glad Kona agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much. But I'll support Mamook's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Hey, 95. Alright, before we start, let's make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamool-Ja and Jabral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest. Due to infighting, Mamool-Ja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hubigo and Bonoa clans intermarried, and that's how Blessed Siblings were first conceived. Now you see, this going over stuff, this way, I don't mind so much, because it's framed as, let's just double check that we understand everything, yeah? Instead of, let's just pretend that we don't know anything, and then say, I hope we figure this out. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on Blessed Siblings. Blessed Siblings promise us more than strength. They promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tuliolao, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed Siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us to the fertile land above, where we might make a place for Mamool-Ja to abide in peace and plenty. So you desire fertile land, one that's all your own. As you'll have noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so it always feels like it's night. We plough, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only one that grows well is Najul, Jatika banana in Turali. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. A forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. This land was once rich with ore, but the Yok-Hui did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born, but that's impossible. So with resources as sparse as they are, you don't have good prospects for trade. And like this bit of like Wukalamat summarizing what it is that they're saying, this doesn't feel like it's Dora the Explorer anymore. It feels like she's actually understanding the different people. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that we need the might of Blessed Siblings. There have to be other ways to thrive, ways that don't require fighting. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective. All their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder why that people here wish they had better land. And who better to get it for them than Blessed Siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Hold on, didn't Erenville mention something about the meteorites? That the ether they emit makes the plants grow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I'd say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence local fauna. Or local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. Is it going to be that the trees act like a grow light? Somebody say medicated. Honestly, this just reminds me of that one area in Final Fantasy X when Yuna and Tidus totally fuck. But instead of showing them fucking, it shows them, like, falling into a deep pool of water. The society quests actually build off this questline, which is really nice. Oh, cool. It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable, even from this distance. Oh, so you mean that you can sense the ethereal emissions? You can sense when there's ether around? Huh. Interesting. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. Yes, we all got to glow up and remembered we were educated. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned jewel tree. Indeed. I should like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Kral could lend your expertise as well? I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. I think I see what you're getting at. If we can prove to them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. So how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. Should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I'll collect your pieces once you have them. Silky. Huh? Oh, I need to think about finishing up soon. It's nearly midnight. Did you find your fragments? Much obliged. Alphino, Krile, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I'm hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival at Mokhtral Zuj, so go and meet her there. We'll return with our results as soon as possible. So, who is it that tried to push Wuklamart down the Senate? Was it Bakul Jaja? Or was it Zarulja? We've done all we can. The rest we must leave to Kona and the others. I don't know the first thing about those Sharlayan devices of his. If they can be of help to Mamook, I'm glad he has them. Doesn't make sense for it to be Zarulja, actually, thinking about it, because Zarulja wouldn't even know who Wuklamart was. There's hope for this forest yet. I can feel it. So it would have been someone from Mamook. The feet of the Brotherhood. I'm sure Zaril Jar would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to. But his people are my people, and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, but Kul Jaja not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Kona and the others will be back with their report soon. Probably after this quest is where I'll call it for today. Good. Everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. And I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier we asked about the hopes you placed in the Blessed Siblings, why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home, thus your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven without a doubt that the Jatika heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear as you've seen crops fail time and time again, but we've discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution's simple. Across the salt is a place called Sharlayan, There's a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Link Pearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eorzea acquired the Popoto and Tomato from Tural, so too might Mamook benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than Najul here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose those species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamook will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then, there was never any need to fight. Never any need to sacrifice. We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, promise. If there's another way, for our children and our home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words? Anything is possible when you work together. Our victory over Valagarmander's proof of that. With faithful allies at your side, you can save even the entire star. In friends both old and new, you can find the light to banish the darkness. I think they'll appreciate most comparing it to Valagarmander. The Sky Ruin! The great Galul Jaja himself struggled to even seal it. We've said what we wanted to say. Now, all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feet of the Brotherhood and clear the way for Mamook's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you. Please, live up to your words. I will. After we complete his feat, let's be sure to tell Zariel Jar the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Compassion even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it is a simple choice. He's gonna remove himself from the running. We're counting on you, Wuklamat. Wuklamat's gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples were so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help those people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zoral Jar made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. I mean... No, I can't just teleport. Okay. Okay, so it's another instanced fight. Someone's gone to fetch the real jar. He should be here soon. Terrifying mount to run around a forest on. Yep. Yep, yep. Item level 666. Okay.
Zerelja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
That's literally what I said, like, 5 minutes ago.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her.
So,
claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case,
do it.
It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust.
You should have done this from the very fucking beginning.
What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps.
Your goals were never at odds.
Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
Good key.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Everyone ready?
Oh, hell yeah. Erenville, run. Yeah, there you go. I would have loved it if Erenville had pulled out, like, a bow or something.
No hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders. And the only way forward is through you.
Is this going to be as fun a fight as when we did it in the palace? Oh, we have many friends. Oh yeah, and I'm Viper, so this will be just like when we fought him before.
Bear witness to our resolve.
In the research guys returning.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
These blades sundered Baligarbanda scales.
Blades of fire rain.
Hey, Tingles. Welcome back.
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle. Go forth.
Oh, very bastard.
Wait, someone addled him? Nice.
How is this?
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted.
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
Not enough. Together, we shall triumph.
That's right, use more. More limit breaks. Embrace the power of Dynamis.
You're not alone.
wasn't paying attention. Hey, Gwyd, how was your stream? And Thrill just wanted to get a chance into dance.
I know not who you are. I applaud you, Tanasi.
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
How goes the beatdown? It's good.
Resolve the Risen Kindle. By crimson wrath be sundered.
Did he just make the Keyblade?
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
Oh, that's cute.
I will
Seeing
be the
everyone
next
help.
dawn servant. I will protect my people.
I didn't have any buffs or anything I could apply.
Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet. We will see Namachi become Dawn Servant. For Tuleyola!
Does he have a damage up? Oh. And die. I still hope I get to fight like a trial version of him.
That's my old man for you.
Because I want an extreme version of that.
I refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Ket and Rum?
Arugadin? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
He's a very handsome Rugadin.
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume.
How long do Rugadins live?
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later.
pickled cabbage?
Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
We're not minions, we're Wuklamat's friends and comrades. You're the Autarch of Mamuk. Show some dignity! Ketenram would have been young, but also you think Rugadin are longer lived than a good chunk of the races. You think Lalas and Hyur are the shortest lifespans. I think Lala and Hyur being the shortest lifespan is correct, yeah. But I don't know. Because like it's been 80 years is the thing. And Ketenram looks like he's maybe late 40s, early 50s. Like he looks about the same age as Mistbeard. Anyway, we're not minions, we're Wuklamat's friends and comrades. The true power was the friends we made along the way.
Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
Yes, because otherwise they're a dictator.
Together we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
That doesn't actually tell him
if you need
how.
to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone. Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Cute.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
I don't think you failed.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuklamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuklamat. The rite ain't over till you find the City of Gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Hey, do you think that Ketenram might have a combine harvester? Well, I got a combine harvester, and I'll give you the key. As soon as I saw combine harvester, I couldn't stop myself. Let's go and tell the people of our victory. It doesn't really make much sense why that's... I don't think that the other Rugadin have got that, like, rural an accent. He doesn't sound like a sailor. He sounds like a farmer. Third promise. You brought everyone. We were just coming to you. We did it, Milalja. We proved to the Autarch that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust in you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You've showed us another way. We can build the lives we've always wanted here in our homeland without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come from across the salt, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders. As equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the colour and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love. And someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind. And while it may feel scary, taking that first step toward understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about outsiders will help Mamook grow. But what happens when they learn about us? About what we've done? They will not. For generations our covenant has been kept secret, and so shall it remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the Autarchs. We, and no one else, are responsible. For my deeds, I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I'll not suffer others to be damned alongside me. That was a quick turnaround, wasn't it? No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. The last thing this city needs is more death. Bakul Jar Jar hasn't fought this hard for this long only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of Mamuk. Your community's waiting for you, here and in Tuliolal. We can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. So how do I feel about Bakul Jaja now? I mean, he's still a dick. But he's not all dick. I much prefer him since finding out his motivations. But that's also just going a long way from him being the two-dimensional dickhead wacky racers character that he was to now he's a bit more fleshed out. It does, however, feel, along with the entire tone of the story, it does very much so feel like they went like a full 90-degree turn, or 108 apologies, or a full like 180-degree turn on some of the characters and like their characters, if that makes the people and their characters. Like, Wook Lamont just sort of suddenly turns into an adult and has confidence in everything, despite there not really being much to happen directly that would lead to that, unlike the conversation at Many Fires, which would have made more sense for after like her being more confident after that. And Bakul Jaja gets his ass beat, runs away crying like a toddler, gets his butt spanked by Daddy, goes and hides in a cave, and then all of a sudden he stops acting like a jock and starts acting like an actual person. It's the same issue that I've had so far with the story, is it's just any single one of the story beats is fine, like the overarching story is fine, but their method of delivering it just feels like it's missing cohesion. It's missing the things that we know work from the Hydaelyn and Zodiac saga. And if they just delivered things differently, this would be a lot more impactful at this point, instead of feeling like, oh yeah, this is a Final Fantasy game, let's shoehorn in some stuff because you're nearly done with the objectives that we've given you so far. Thank you, Third Promise, for everything. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know. Where did the cabbage come from? I don't particularly remember Kettenram being attributed to pickled cabbage. I don't remember that being a major plot point. The people of Mamuk have accepted you. Merchants and menders are now available for use. maybe it's mentioned in a side quest or something, but then why is she drawing so much attention to it? Maybe for me. What do you mean? But for Wooklamart, the cabbage is the most important. Apparently, yes. Like, I don't have an issue with her bringing up the pickled cabbage, but it's just, it's been mentioned multiple times now, and it's being treated like it's something I should already, like, have some knowledge about. But I honestly have no memory of pickled cabbage being mentioned with Kettenram. We pet Quizzled. Good luck. But that is going to be where I call it for tonight. Because I'm sleepy. Hello, Quizzled. That is a good manatee that you have there. Tomorrow. Yep. Did the new Everdark Sovereign release? No, the new Everdark cycle begins from the 31st. Okay. So, we will not do Night Rain tomorrow. We will do more Final Fantasy. Awesome. Day after duos. Yep. Well, we might still do a little bit of Night Rain tomorrow. Because I like Night Rain. But we'll see. Otherwise, yeah, we will do more Final Fantasy tomorrow. There should be streams both tomorrow and Sunday. And then I need to update the... I need to update the schedule with the new Tuesday streams. But yeah, thank you very, very much for watching, and I will catch you in the next one. Have a good one. Later.